All right, good morning, traders. Today is Monday, March 15th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Apologies getting up and running late here today. Data loading for the first time. Ooh, good. And we opened inside of yesterday's range. That increases the odds that we're just going to see rotation early in the day today. So I don't need to worry about jumping into a trade the moment the market opens. I probably won't see a good opportunity for the first hour or two this morning. Okay, so let's backtrack for a second here and just remind ourselves what happened on Friday. So last week we had, uno momento, let me just get the data here. We had this massive move higher. Okay, we had a big trading range that we were stuck inside. We had the all-time highs that we left behind. And then we had this massive sell-off. We pulled back into range. We sold off again. We pulled back into range. We sold off again. And then we finally passed back up into that trading range, which was the one that took us to the opposite end. Okay? So because of that, we had, 3 or 4 days, 1, 2, 3, 4 straight days where the market just went higher the whole time. So what that does is that creates excess in the market, right? We had gaps that needed to fill. We had a lot of weak, structure going forward, a lot of thin single prints, stuff like that. So when you get that, when you get excess in the market often needs to balance. It needs to just kind of cool off for a little bit. There's 2 different ways it does it. It either pulls back the price and then it goes again, or it just balances by going sideways. So on Friday, I basically said I felt like we were going to have a balancing day, a day that just went sideways, and that's exactly what we got. Okay? We had a little initial sell-off early in the day. Then the day just rotated around here for most of the rest of the day, and then it pushed back up higher into the previous day's value area. And then our overnight activity last night was completely or almost completely inside of that value area. So what signal does that send me? That these are good prices, right? The fact that we didn't sell off that hard when we opened below it and then rotated back up on Friday, the fact that the overnight stayed inside of this range, to me is just further proof that this is fair prices to do business here. Okay, so what to expect for today? Well, we opened inside of yesterday's range. We opened inside of the spike. So that is neutral to bullish that we opened inside the spike. And it just increases the odds that we're going to have rotation for the fact that we were in yesterday's range. So what I'm looking for now is just give me a second. Let me process my thoughts here before I talk out loud. Okay, so I'm looking for support at the base of the spike. This would be the first place that I'd be looking for support at around 39.2950. Okay. If the market finds support there and starts pushing higher, I can go long with the trade for a continuation to the opposite end of, or to the all-time high up here. Okay. That would be the target to the upside. Another thing to keep in mind is the poor structure that we left behind on Friday. Right, so we have all these weak references that we left behind below, and then we have the poor low. So that increases the odds pretty significantly that the market needs to rotate back down and repair those real quick before we come back up to the new all-time highs. So if this base of the spike here at 39.29 doesn't hold, if it breaks, and then it starts to come back up and it finds resistance around this level, again, it won't be this exact level, but in this general area, then I would definitely go short for a rotation down, at least to repair the first of these weak references, if not all the way down to the poor high. So that's on the downside. The base of the spike is my sort of deal or no deal level. If we find support there, I go long. If it breaks and we find resistance, I go short. Okay. As far as the upside is concerned, it's tough to say when I would get into the trade. Probably the best time to get into a long trade would be getting above Friday's high, because you got the POC from Thursday. You also got the POC from overnight. It's all kind of in the same area, right around 39.38-ish. This whole area should be resistance. So the idea is if we break through that, you go long with that trade. But because we opened so close to that price, and we often get a lot of grind early in the morning, a lot of chop on a day like today, I might not actually jump in that trade. I might want to wait for the breakout trade above this node of volume here. So essentially, if we repair these weak references from 311 from Thursday at 39.43, 39.44, so we would come up, we tag these levels, we get some excess above them. Once again, if the market either finds support and continues higher, then I go long with the trade. So it's pretty much this level up here at 39.44 and this level down here at 39.29. Those are kind of my deal or no deal levels. As long as the market bounces around between them, I'm not going to jump into any trades. Why? Because when a market is balancing, a lot of times it just continues to do so. Right? We may have a new trading range here where the market just bounces up and down. Could be all day, could be for a week, could be for 10 years. Who knows? The market creates excess and then it balances as long as it needs to balance. So I'm essentially waiting for the breakout of that balance or the failure to break out, and then I'm taking the trade to continue to balance. Does that make sense? All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I don't have the app up yet to see your comments, so if you're saying good morning to me, good morning to you. Give me a couple minutes and I'll be fully set up here. All right, guys. Good morning, Fausto. Yes, we are balancing. Good morning, Stan. Philip, good to see you. Brady, good morning. Stevesy, good morning. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for smashing that like button. I really appreciate it. That's a good way to start the week. It's good luck. It brings money. I don't know if you guys knew that. By immediately coming to my live stream and hitting the like button, just money arrives in your wallet. It's magic. So don't question it. Just try it. RFM, good morning. Jamie, good to see you. Phoenix, welcome. Hey Nugent? I can never say your name. You'll have to just permanently forgive me. But good morning. Welcome. Does it work for you, Phoenix? Do you get that free money? Is it manifesting? Hi. Oh, just hi. Okay. Well, that's the fact that I'm having such a hard time saying hi is really probably a deeper issue that I need to look into as a human being. So yeah, as far as the markets are going this morning, right now, we're just balancing. Same as what I said at the open. If any of you are just joining us, I'm looking for the market to either remain in balance or to have a breakout. And so the levels that I'm keeping an eye on is the base of the spike. I feel like if this can't hold at 39.29, it could lead to at least repairing a few of these weak references below. So it's a good short. If the market breaks through this level, comes back up, finds resistance, that's a great short. Same thing on the other way. If it comes down to this level and then finds support, that's a good trade for rotation up. Also, why isn't my data loading? That's weird. Very weird. Yeah, probably to restart this. But anyway, so yeah, if the market sells down and it can't find support at this level, the base of the spike, that's a good short. If the market comes up and it can't find support, like it pushes through these weak references above at 39.44, and then it can't find support, that's a good short for a rotation up. Either way, it's long if you find support here or if you push through here and then find support. So happy trading. Probably we're going to have to sit here for an hour or two and not much is going to happen. Stop it with the activate windows. I'm not doing it. I'm not paying $200 just to get rid of a little ghosted thing that makes no difference. I'm too cheap, okay? I could make $1 million in a day trading the market and I still wouldn't pay the $200 to fix this. That just gives you some insight into me as a person. Okay, yeah. So basically, Algo's seeing the same thing as me. He's just using these levels as his deal or no deal, whereas I was using this for the rotation down to repair these. But yeah, I can also see a world where the market spends a few days bouncing in between this area. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but I'm just saying it wouldn't be irrational for the market to balance a little bit. Let's wait it out and see. Right now, the 20 moving average acting as support on the NASDAQ. Market internals opening sort of bullish to flat. Nothing to really stand out. Sorry, guys, just as an FYI, I'm trying to figure out my market profile. For some reason, the time change messed it all up. So I'm just working on that. Sorry. All right, looks like we're testing the base to that spike. We also created a week reference here, week B period low, because it's one tick from the A period. I also just noticed we had a small gap from yesterday. Actually, now my data's not lining up anymore because I went back and back changed the time. So now these ones don't match because they were an hour off before. Oh wow, that's tricky. I've never noticed that during a time change. Yeah. So now the data looks fucked up because this is only the previous day is now only going to what was 12:30 then, but is now 1:30. So we can't see the spike yesterday. But anyway, these levels are correct. So this is the base of the spike, and we're bouncing right off of that. Again, if that, so what I would want to see now that we've got a weak reference here, which is creating a poor low, I'd want to see it come down and get a few ticks below, but then not go much further, right? Find support somewhere around here. If it goes more than a few ticks and then it comes back up and it doesn't find support, it seems to find some resistance, I would go short with it again to repair these weak references below, at least the first of them at 39.20. But as long as it remains as support, could be continuation higher. Thank you for the heads up on the Fed meeting, and especially the quadruple witchening. Oh boy, I assume that's Friday, and that will probably lead to a boring day in the market. So just if you have anything you need to get done this week, schedule it for Friday. There probably won't be much to do. John, I'm not sure why you're. Yeah, I'm not sure the math of how it ended up different than you think. Strange to me. Dr. Vijay, good to see you. Good morning. Shree, good morning. Okay, so we got the 2 ticks to repair the weak B period low. So this is now a good low, and we are finding still support here at the base of the spike. Okay, there's the break. So now we're looking for resistance. Does it seem like it can't get back up above yesterday's range? If not, it's a good short down to here. If you're asking me if there's any trades I've taken, no. I'm like I said, I usually on a daily today I let the market work itself out for the first hour or two. So yeah, I'm just waiting it out till I see a more high probability trade, till I have more certainty about what's happening. Okay, 20 moving average on the S&P acting as support currently. Can that hold? Internals turning bearish, but not in a scary way. Just kind of mildly falling into a bearish way. So as far as support for the downside, right here, you got the repair of these 3 weak references, right? The L, the I, and the J would also correspond right with a POC from yesterday, a half back from overnight, a high from the previous overnight. So all of this confluence right in here could be good support right around the 39.20-ish level if the 20 moving average breaks. Okay, I thought it was worth mentioning. To me, it's starting to feel like it's going to be a rotational day. And so I thought I might explain why. Um, so we tested the base of the spike. Okay. Also the high from the previous day. Or sorry, this isn't the high from the previous day. I'm sorry. I forgot that the data was messed up. So yeah, we tested the base of the spike. We came down. We found support. Okay. We also found support in the 20 moving average. And the internals are kind of flipping on us. They went weak and now they were just strengthening up. Although as soon as I start talking, they changed their mind. But because we already got below the A period low, I think any rotation up will just create an engulfing candle here, or an engulfing TPO, and that will likely lead to further rotation. So if we come back down to this level again and sell through it again, that would be the good short. But as long as it remains support, we probably just continue to rotate. Let's see what happens. Angelo, good morning. And Lahab, I don't know that I agree with you, my friend. I know that price can be confusing, right? Price can trick you because you look and you just go, it's going down, down, down. You should short it. But that's not what's happening in the market. There's not a sell-off happening in the market. There's not a trend to the downside happening in the market. The market is just rotating, right? The market is just creating balance. So when I look at this chart right now, I don't see a long or a short. If anything, like if I wanted to get into a trade right now, I'd go long, not short, because we're at the lower end of the value area. And on a rotating day like today, you're likely to rotate back up. So technically, we are one time framing down. And so we could say we are at the very beginning of a downtrend. It's not like, you're wrong that the price is going down, but I just don't see any reason for further downside continuation, beyond a repair perhaps of these levels. But, we're still sitting inside of the overnight range. We're still inside of the value area from Thursday. We're still using the moving averages on both indices as support. We have mixed internals. I mean, not a single signal here is screaming short to me. Not unless you're just a scalper who's looking for a quick short here or there. But to me, this is screaming, sit on your hands and just wait. Let the market give you a more clear signal of where it's going and what it wants. Right now, it's just balancing a little bit. Value is higher than yesterday. So there you go. One more bullish signal. So yeah, I would be more letting the market sell off and looking for longs down here below value for rotation back up necessarily than trying to short with it, because you could find support anywhere. Oh, no doubt. It's short-term going down. But I just think it's short-term going to go up real soon. So I'd be careful going short. That's my point. Asif, yeah, I think that's a great trade. And I do think you will get down to this to repair this week low. Um, Philip, till you grab below value, right? It's up or down. Yeah. So if I'm right that today the market just wants to rotate, it just wants to balance, then the goal is to go long below value and go short above value. But you can't, it's very, very hard first thing in the morning, right? You got to give the market a few hours to work itself out, because right now this value area doesn't mean much of anything. The market needs to develop more so we have a better understanding of where it is and what it'll be. But as far as like when you go short or when you go long, I know this is annoying to hear, but it's like, it's all up to you and the way you trade. You know, if you're a scalper, you could go short down here below the C period from here to here. You know, that's a good, 5 points or whatever. If you're a scalper, but I don't trade like that anymore. I don't want to get in trades where I'm constantly getting in, getting out. The way I try to trade nowadays, and I do still take scalps. It does happen sometimes. I enter a trade and then 30 seconds later it moves my favor and I just take profits. I'm not saying I never scalp, but the way I'm trying to trade nowadays is to, instead of taking little moves, little bites here and there, how do I make money? Do I do this? Do I do that? It's just sit back and relax and just watch the market do its thing. And then when it gives me a clear signal, so like Asif said, I love this level. I love the repair of one of these weak references, right? The first of them, 39, 20, 50. If we repaired that, we could find support at the POC. We could find support at halfback. We could find support at the high of the overnight. You know, there's all these different areas of confluence where we might find support. So for me, I'm not going to try to short from here to here. That's too stressful. It could go wrong. Like, I just don't want to waste my time. I don't want to burn up my mental capital first thing in the morning, getting in a trade, and then it goes against me, and then I'm freaking out, and I'm looking at the moving average, and I'm like, oh fuck, the moving average held as support. Oh no, what do I do? Market internals aren't giving me a clear signal, you know, and then I'm getting all emotional, and I'm worrying about these trades. Fuck that. I'll just sit back and wait, right? Once the market gets down here, then I can see what happens when it gets here. If it comes down, it tags these levels, it instantly finds some support and starts rotating back up, then that's a much better probability trade, right? If the market is rotational, it's a much higher probability it will rotate back up to the POC than that I'll get lucky with my short and it'll happen to come down to this level that I'm just hoping it'll come down to, right? So I'll wait for the better probability play. But yeah, on a rotational day, I personally tend to try to only buy below value and sell above it. If the market just rotates inside of the value area, I just leave it alone. But that's my own personal thing. If you can make money scalping, do it. If you like to get into trades first thing in the morning because you only trade for an hour or two and then you take off the rest of the day, then great, jump into trades. But I'm here all day and I only need one good trade. I could sit here for 8 hours and only see one single trade and make $1,000 off of it. So I'd rather just sit back, relax, and wait till the high probability trade presents itself. Yeah, I know, Fausto. It's frustrating. And what happens to me all the time is I catch the big move. Like the market will sell off down to here. I'll go long. And then as soon as it comes back up, I'll like take profits way too early. That's another thing that happens. But yeah, to me, I wouldn't short this because I don't know where it's going to find support. And I'd rather come down as far as it's going to come down first and then go long with it. Or if it rotates back up, it gets above value, it's running out of steam, then short it down. But right now, they're still just trying to figure out what they want to do. We got a poor low that we've created with this weak C period low. We often get a push away first, then we come back to repair it. Yeah, double top in the overnight. To me, that doesn't surprise me. Like they just stayed inside the balance area from Thursday. Like this is I know what this is. I can look at this and know what happened. Here's what happened. Overnight traders, nobody was in charge. Nobody knew where the market was going, so they just fought each other back and forth. It's going to go up, it's going to go down, and they just picked each other's pockets. They were trading against computers and algorithms, and some people made money and some people lost money, and the market went nowhere. That to me is the only information that a market balancing after a huge excess move tells me is we're probably going to balance more. It doesn't tell me we're going to have some crazy sell off. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. Correct. Yeah. Asia and Europe pretty much run the overnight. There are obviously Americans who do trade it, especially the big name market wizard type of traders who have hundreds of millions of dollars of capital on the line. They'll get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and take a trade if an opportunity presents itself. But yeah, it's mostly Asia and Europe and Australia, but they're part of Asia. Shri, yes, I do meditate. I meditate every single morning, and it changed my life. That's not an exaggeration. I know it's cheesy when you hear people talk about how important meditation is. But yeah, I used to have a real problem with like emotional control. I used to get like really angry, like in an instant. I would just go from totally fine to like totally fucking upset. And learning to meditate or meditating for a long period of time really helped me learn to control those emotions, learn to recognize them as they come up. And that has been an indefinite skill for me as a trader. And I do notice a difference. Like I have a morning routine that I go through every morning where I get up and I meditate for 10 minutes. Then I do a 10-minute like high intensity interval training exercise routine. Then I take a hot shower and I finish it with 2 minutes of cold shower. And then I make a cup of coffee and sit down to trade. And anytime I don't do all those things, I don't function as well that day as a trader. Like I don't make as much money. I don't make as good of trades. It is shocking to me how important, priming your brain and your body to perform at your best really is. No NBA basketball player is going to just get up in the morning and walk out on the court, right? They're going to stretch. They're going to do what they need to do to warm up, to get their bodies ready. They're going to be in the locker room before the game, getting fucking pumped up, getting hyped, getting ready to bring it, right? And I had to learn to do that with my trading. When I used to trade just as a hobby, I would just trade wherever I was in the moment. And then when I first decided to start trading for a job, I would like get up in the morning and just sit down on my couch, like in my living room with my laptop and in my pajamas and just start trading. And then I'd get eaten alive all the time. And so I learned creating a morning routine where by the time I sit down, I've already accomplished, like the cold shower. There's a reason I do it because it's hard and it sucks and I hate it. But if I do it, if I make myself stand in the cold shower for 2 minutes, then I feel like I've already conquered the day. I've already kicked something's ass. And that's very empowering. So yeah, I really believe in those type of things and that they make a difference. Yeah, Philip, as far as like the different things in this chart, no, I didn't come up with any of this. I took a class with Jim Dalton. This software that I use, which is called Window Trader, window spelled without a W, you can literally program every single thing to look exactly how you want it and to do exactly what you want it to do. I didn't program any of this. I just got it from Jim Dalton when I took a course from him. So I do know what a lot of it does, and you could ask me specific things, and I could point out what they do and why. But there are certain things I don't even know. I have no idea what they're doing internally. Stan, 30 minutes of meditating. Good for you, bro. I'm not there yet. 10 minutes is about as much as I can take. RJ, totally agree. You got to make rules and you got to stick to them. You can change the rules, you can develop them over time, but once you set a rule, you got to stick to it. There you go. Ryan's with me on the cold showers. Yeah, that's one of the things I think that a lot of people misunderstand about trying to be professional traders is they think, it's like being a plumber. You can just show up at work half awake, get to the first client's house, start fixing the pipe. Like, no, we're like professional fucking athletes over here. We're like in a highly competitive, no bullshit. You got to be in it to win it every minute of every day, and anything you can do to prime yourself to be better, to be at your absolute peak when that bell rings at 6:30 in the morning. It's very important. And as far as like having the patience to wait, that just took time. I literally can't tell you the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of mornings I spent trying to scalp shit like this. And then by this time of day, by 8 a.m., my brain is exhausted because I've just been like killing myself, jumping in and out of trades. Am I right? Am I wrong? Should I go long? Should I reverse? Should I do this? And instead, now I'm just waiting. You know, could have taken the long on the support here on the 20 moving average, but then we got the poor low. So I'll just wait. Yeah, John, one trick to the demo account is you have to trick yourself into feeling like it's real. You know, it has to feel like real money. It has to feel like like you're actually really trading. Otherwise, yeah, it's not as helpful. Philip, do I trade anything else? Not really. I trade crypto sometimes here and there. I have, a long-term crypto portfolio of Bitcoin and Ether. But nowadays, it's pretty much just the S&P. Oh, I definitely believe in scalping. No doubt. Yeah, yeah. No, scalping is a very profitable strategy if you're good at it. And I used to scalp and make money, like make a lot of profits at it, but I just didn't like it. Like it just stressed me the fuck out. And I started to realize like I would wake up in the morning and not want to trade. And then I was like, oh no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to turn this into another job where I like get up and force myself to do it. I want it to be fun. So that's when I realized I had to change my trading strategy to something that I was more, sustainable over the long term. But I always tell people, if you're making money scalping, scalp away. There's a lot of money to be made. Yeah, that's another thing, RJ. That's a great thing to reference. So if you get a demo account, so let's say like your personal account only has a couple $1,000s in it, and then you switch to a demo account and it has like $100,000 in it, still keep trading it like it only has a couple thousand. Keep trading the micros. Keep trading the same way. If you try to switch, then when you start winning, you get used to seeing like, $500,000 trades every time. Then when you switch back to your real money, you're now having the emotional disappointment of not getting those same big numbers. So yeah, that is a great piece of advice. Jamie, it's a person by person basis, right? I used to have the argument that demo accounts were total bullshit because they're not emotionally the same. But then I just kept losing money and losing money and losing money and blowing up account after account after account. And finally, I had to force myself to paper trade, even though I didn't want to. And I thought it was bullshit. And I got better. So I think it's different for everybody. Some people, they need to be betting real money. Um, But I think a demo account should really be about building confidence. It should be about just trying out a new strategy until you're making money at it consistently over and over again. Then when you have the confidence that your system works, once you trust yourself, then you go to the live money and start learning the psychological side. How long is my average trade? There is no average, my friend. Every trade is different, each for different reasons, under different protocols. I'm not mechanical about my trading. I just kind of go with the flow. I try to stay in the flow of the market. Sometimes I'm going to trade for 10 minutes. Sometimes I'm going to trade all day. It just depends. Has anybody here, since Ryan brought up the Top Step thing, is anybody here using any of those services where you like pay them a monthly amount and then you like have to do like a combine and then they fund your account for a certain amount? I've always wondered how that works. The only downside to me is it's like there's like limits to what you're allowed to lose and stuff like that. So that feels like that would limit the type of trades you could take. But I've just always wondered if that's like a scam or if people really do make a living that way. Well, that's good to hear. I mean, there's a bunch of you doing it, and Ryan saying he's heard of people who made the money and did it regularly. That's cool. I looked into it, but then I was just kind of like, I don't like the drawdown rules. I'd rather just risk my own capital and trade my way to wealth, if that makes sense. Yeah, Jim Dalton used to own a low cost futures brokerage. And when you take his courses, he talks about it all the time. But he talks about like the way when you understand regular retail traders, how they work, like 90% of the people that open a futures brokerage lose all the money and close the account within 3 months. Like 90% of the people. So I just kind of always assumed those type of companies, those Top Step or whatever, that they're really making their money off of people who pay the 150 and then never get funded. You know what I'm saying? That was my thought. But not that they like don't fund you or whatever. I'm sure they do. Otherwise, they would get sued. I would just figure a lot of the people that sign up for it never actually get funded, or if they do, it's with like strict rules so that the company never takes any real risk. You can only lose so much or whatever. But it's great if it's working for people. Keep doing it. Okay, market, continuing to balance. We're creating some weak references here. Weak D period high, weak D period low, weak C period low. So that just means the range is getting tighter and tighter. The rubber band is getting stretched out more and more. And the spring is getting squeezed tighter and tighter. So let's see which direction it pops. Moving averages on both indices working as beautiful support today. If that was your only trading strategy, man, you'd have made some money. Yes, technically it is still one time framing down. But again, I mean, I'm going to ignore that, right? Trading is an art, not a science. I don't always, follow a rule absolutely if there's other indications that are counter to that. So yes, it's one time framing down, but value is higher. We're finding support on the 20. Market internals are flat. The overnight market just rotated in the value area from 2 days ago. Like all of these things go counter to the one time framing, so I just kind of ignore it. Too many opposing signals. But yes, technically we are still one time framing down. Okay, we are now no longer one time framing. The market is finally officially rotational, even though I felt like it was all day. So targets to the upside, repairing these weak references. What happens when we get up here, right? Also, well, I should say the first target is the overnight halfback. Second target is our current high, right? Can we get above that? Then if we get above that, it's these guys. So as the market remains in this super tight range where we're just building weak reference after weak reference, keep in mind that's like a spring that's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So whenever we break out of this range, it could lead to some pressure in the opposite direction. The first potential, breaking this 20 moving average right here on the S&P. Right? You break through that and then you get a little push down, it comes back up, it finds resistance on the way back up, and then boom, sell off. So one thing that I'm keeping in mind is this much poor structure beneath us increases the odds of a late day liquidation. And the tight range increases the odds of the severity of the liquidation. If it were to happen, I'm not saying we're there yet. Market could continue to bounce around and then go up or just whatever. But I'm just keeping that in mind. That the tighter this range is, the more emotional pressure is building up. People want something to happen. They're desperate for something, for the market to go somewhere and do something. So as soon as it does, they pile on. So, yep, just keeping that in mind. This market could have a little liquidation here to repair some of this, and that would be an excellent opportunity to go long against it. Yeah, these are single prints in the A period. We just consider that excess on the high. That just means the market can rotate down. Enough two-sided trade took place. It's also good taper. Jesus, look at this. 1456, 1459. Probably some algorithms having some fun there. The question on the SPX, the reason I use the SPX over here instead of the futures contract is just because it only calculates the regular trading hours. You see this slightly lighter grayish area in here. That, are we going to get the break of this 20 moving average? That's going to bring in the sellers. Let's wait and see. Yeah, it only calculates regular trading hours. An even better moving average to use is to take the futures contract and set up your software so that it only counts the futures contracts during regular trading hours, and then use that 20 moving average. I have a feeling that is the reason why it's so reliable, because I think a lot of algorithms are programmed that way. But for me, for simplicity's sake, it's just easier to use the SPX. You could also use SPY. Congrats, Phoenix. Keep it up, brother. Okay, looks like the 20 is going to break on the NASDAQ as well. That could bring in the extra selling to get us down here to repair these weak references below. Ticks obviously starting to show a little selling, but still positive. I mean, still look at all the other ticks were positive. So just more rotational feel. Yeah, I'll go lower. I see it more as an attempt to repair the weak structure from Friday rather than the overnight low. But let's see what happens. When we repair the first of these weak references, do we find support? Actually, anywhere in these first couple, we could find support right in there. If not, yeah, let's wait and see. I think we'll find support before we get down to the poor low. I think somewhere in here. You got lots of reasons. You got the POC, value area low, opening and closing prices, all these things. Lots of confluence in here. Okay, E period printed. creating a little poor low here, but probably not anything to worry about. It's just because it happened to happen right at that moment. We do have these single prints. These will likely refill at some point today. But first we may need to find support down here, and then we get the rotation back up. Okay, this liquidation seems to be bringing in more sellers, so I think we will have further downside continuation here. As far as further targets to the downside, the next one is the poor low at 39.0450. John, when you say with was that, I assume you meant to say what was that? That's called a liquidation break. The market had built up a lot of pressure. It was trying to go higher or lower. It couldn't make up its mind. And then it decided to sell off down to repair those weak references. So now it's got to come back up. We've got all these single prints in the D period and just a lot of contracts where there's only a lot of price levels where there's only like 300 contracts, 500 contracts, 900 contracts, right? That's how a liquidation break works. People freak out, they get emotional, and they close their long trades. They exit their long positions. And then, some new sellers come in and that causes it to fall very quickly, but then it rotates right back up. As soon as those people, everybody that was selling their longs, right, once they stop, the market runs out of sellers. So Jim Dalton always says liquidation breaks actually make the market stronger for continuation to the upside. Too early to say here, though. We did get, a change in the internals, right? When we start to see something that's doing a certain thing and then it instantly breaks like this was rotating, broke. This was balancing higher, broke. So sometimes that's further change that could lead to further downside continuation. But right now, I think it was just a liquidation, and we will rotate back up and then continue to be rotational, but with a stronger stance now because we took out all those sellers who were weak hands buyers in here. They were the ones creating the weak lows. I don't love the taper at this low either. 700 contracts to 1500, 1400, and then 89. This might need to be revisited. Doesn't have to be, but could need to be. That's correct, Algo. That's the game, especially on the short term. If you're taking fast short term trades, it's all about who the sucker is. You want to see what the mistakes he's going to make before he does, and then trade against him. Ryan, on your question about the overnight low and the F period, it's tough to say. Essentially, I want to see what happens when we repair the single prints in the D period now, right? Do we just repair them and then start to sell off from there? Or does re-entering the value area give us a rotation back up to the opposite end? So that's sort of the question I would have right now. Yeah, my first focus is just these D period prints and what happens when we get to that halfback. Also, keep in mind, if we fail to fill these single prints, which I guess is kind of your question, since the overnight low is in the middle of them, is like, will that lead to further downside continuation? Yes, right? Single prints are a sign of change in the market. It could be that something happened here that caused the market to go bearish when it was uncertain before. Or it could be that this was just emotion, right? People just got super emotional and started selling like crazy. If it was emotion, it'll get refilled. If not, then we know it was the opposite. It was a change in the market. Personally, I think it'll get refilled and then the market will continue to rotate. I think we'll rotate up to repair these weak references today. But we got to wait and see. I'm getting ahead of myself. We still got to get through the 20 moving average here on the upside. On the NASDAQ, a lot of times once you break that 20, it becomes resistance. So let's wait and see. right, well, there is the single prints getting filled. We were right on the edge of this 20 moving average, so can we poke back up above it here? Market internals, the ticks have returned back to the above zero line. So the market remains rotational. That was just a liquidation. Once we get this D period single prints filled, does it become resistance? If not, target these the week D period high. If anybody has any questions about what Algo and I are talking about, feel free to ask them. This is just regular market behavior, right? It's just normal psychological behavior that people have. So if you're confused, feel free to ask. Out walking and bag holding. That should be like every crypto trader's like slogan. The D period high, or the week D period high, is at 39.3450. But we still haven't quite repaired these single prints just yet. We need a couple more ticks to the upside. Okay, once again, is this going to be resistance, or are we going to poke back through it on the NASDAQ 20 moving average? So, not trying to brag or show off, but somebody asked me earlier today how I could be patient. In the day trading the way it was. I waited for the liquidation break. I'm monitoring for continuation, and I'm up 1,700 right now, right? So to me, not taking trades when I don't have any certainty and waiting until I recognize a pattern in the market, that's a much better way to do it. You can make all the money you need to make in a day from one opportunity, and a liquidation break is a beautiful one. I think the book you're talking about, it's so funny. As soon as I read the line, like, the book that you said changed your life, I'm like, oh fuck, which book was that? I've read so many books I would probably say that about. I think you're talking about this one, Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself by Joe Dispenza. This book, like I was talking about last week, it's a little woo woo. Okay, it's a lot about meditation and spirituality and stuff, but give it a break, give it a chance, because this guy is like a neuroscientist, and so what he talks about is all based on scientific data. It's just he sounds very woo-woo in how he talks about it, but yeah, it's just teaches you how the human brain works, the concept that the neurons that fire together wire together, and how like all the habits that you have, all the things that you do that maybe you can't explain why you do them, they all go back to your childhood. They go back to like the first 7 years of your life and the programming that you got from the experiences that you had in the beginning. And he explains all of that, why it is. And it was a really profound thing for me to come to understand. The best example that I use when I try to like have this conversation with people who don't understand the subconscious is that like, you literally have two brains. Okay, they're separate. You have two separate brains. Of course, they're all mixed together in terms of physically the neurons and stuff, but they work totally separate from one another. And so a great example is like when you're trying to diet, right? Like you might in your conscious mind say to yourself, I'm too fat, I want to lose weight. And so you make a plan. You go, okay, how am I going to lose weight? I'm going to eat healthy. Okay, how am I going to eat healthy? Well, I'm going to start by just not eating shitty food. I'm going to not eat sugary, bad food, right? So those are all conscious thoughts that you have, that you make a decision. I don't like how fat I am. I want to lose weight. I'm going to stop eating shitty food, all right? Those are all conscious thought processes that you go through. But yet, even after you've had those thoughts and you've made that decision, you get up, you walk to the kitchen, and you can't help yourself. You still take a bag of cookies out of the cabinet and you eat the cookies. And as you're eating the cookies, you're feeling shitty that you're breaking the rule that you decided you were going to eat healthy, but yet you're still doing that. That is a perfect example of the difference between the subconscious and the conscious brain. The conscious brain wants to diet. The conscious brain doesn't want to eat cookies, but the subconscious brain knows we love cookies. Cookies are full of sugar that we get a big rush right away and we feel better and they taste good and ooh, we love cookies. So it's your subconscious that's making you eat the cookies, not your conscience, right? The same thing is happening with your trading. You're making a set of rules and you're saying, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to take these trades. I'm not going to blah, 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 blah. But yet in the moment, you still eat the cookie. In the moment, you still do the thing you're not supposed to do. All of that is because of your subconscious. So that book I just found to be very powerful just to help me understand what was going on. And then I stopped feeling guilty, right? I stopped feeling bad that I make the same mistakes over and over again. And once I stopped feeling bad, it became easier to make those decisions. So yeah, it's all a bit complicated, but it's definitely worth a read. Slim Shady, is he one that talks about the brain and the subconscious and stuff? Oh my God, I loved Thinking Fast and Slow. Yeah, that book was the shit. It was tough to get through. It's like, it is a giant, thick textbook. But yeah, no, that book was full of amazing stuff. I did read that one after the other, though. All right, so we refilled those single prints. So now, does the market find its resistance and start to sell off again, or do we continue higher? In terms of monitoring for continuation to the upside, first target is getting past the halfback. Then we're probably going to hit the 20 moving average on the S&P at about the same time we get to the POC. So that would be the next short-term resistance. and then repairing this D period high. Remember, on a rotational day, we like to sell above value and buy below value. So that's just what I'm keeping in mind. That's cool, Slim Shady. I'll check it out. Faux show. I love all that stuff. There's nothing I love more than talking about human behavior. I'm such a weirdo. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take profits here on my trade. I just want to show you guys it's at 2,900. Whoops, now it's up at 3,100. Just because we just pulled the POC down. So on a rotational day, I like to take profits at the POC. Just wanted to share that to remind you guys there is a big benefit to patience in the markets. Yeah, I was in for 8 contracts on the ES that time. And it was basically just, if you remember earlier this morning, we had all these weak references here. So I just layered them in. You know, I put a couple there, a couple there, a couple there. And then I just sat because the market came down. It repaired those weak references and then it sold off like a motherfucker. I just didn't put a stop. I didn't sweat it. I just knew this is a liquidation and I had to watch it go against me by about $1,800 down here. And I stayed in it because I just knew what was happening. That stuff, it takes time. It just takes time to learn, to understand what's going on and to be okay with it going against you, and then to be patient, to not immediately take, of course, as soon as it got back to zero, I wanted to just get the fuck out of the trade, right? Like, oh, fuck, I was almost down $1,800. Like, I wanted to get out so bad, but I just stayed. I just waited. And then when I saw the signal that I was looking for, which was a rotation back to the POC, I took my profits. So it's a process. You'll get there. You're missing the word profit. Yeah, I know, guys. I wish there was a magic button I could push to just alleviate the emotional strain that you're under, because I know it. I had it for years. But you just keep working, keep practicing. If you tried to learn piano, you would sound terrible for years. And then one day, somebody would just come up to me like, oh my God, you are such a beautiful piano player. You just got to stick to it. Yeah, that's why I don't have a hard rule about stops, right? For me, trading is an art, not a science. So in a liquidation, I'm essentially trying to catch a falling knife, which is an absolute no-no for most traders because you don't know where the liquidation is going to end. It could have kept going. So if I'd have set a stop, I most certainly would have been stopped out. What I would have done is I would have put the stop 2 ticks below the lowest entry, I'm sorry, the lowest weak reference that was there, and then I would have got stopped out. So that's when you guys hear me use the expression trading is an art, not a science. Every trade is different. If this was a trade on a trend day higher where I was trying to buy a dip, I would have a stop, a real tight one. But that wasn't this trade. This trade was a liquidation trade. So I take each thing on its own, and that's very hard to teach because it just takes time. You just have to keep going and trying things and learning what works and what doesn't. Okay, so we're bumping up. We're getting close to bumping up against this 20 moving average here on the SPX. Let's see if that becomes resistance or if we poke through. So, hi, that's a good question, but unfortunately, I have to give you another another unsatisfying answer, which is I take it on a case by case basis. I don't. It's all nuance, guys. It's all Algo Lovers has got it perfect when he says it's subjectivity. It's like nothing that I teach is something you're going to instantly go, oh, okay, I do this when this happens. There's always 100 things in my head and I'm balancing them all out and I'm weighing them in a particular moment. You know what I mean? It's so hard to say what I would do on a trend day. It depends on the day. It depends what's happening with internals. It depends what's happening with tempo, the volume. You know, there's so many different things that I look at, and I don't think about them. How do I put this into words? I don't think about them literally. My brain just processes on its own because I've spent so much time looking at the charts, watching this stuff. It's all happening in my subconscious. All I think is like, this is a good trade long. We're trending higher. I need to get in. Like, that's all I think. And then I think, okay, this is where I'll be wrong. That's where I put my stop. It's really, really hard to explain that I'm actually thinking about 100 different things at once because I'm not verbally doing it. It's happening under the surface. But what you're talking about, that feeling when it's a trend day higher and you feel like, you know, you never get the dip. When I get in that situation, I just buy. Right in that moment, I just go long and just pucker up my butthole and wait until the market gets enough distance that I can then put in a stop above my break even. Because yeah, sometimes on those trend days, you miss it. It just keeps going and going and going and you never get that pullback and then you miss the trade. Which is probably more painful than being wrong. So, yeah, it's all just little baby steps, guys. You'll pick these things up one thing at a time. You'll learn each lesson one thing at a time. And you just have to manage your capital in between now and then so that you don't lose money. That's the trick. Don't lose money while you're learning. Learn first, then start risking real fucking big capital. That's the biggest mistake I made. I learned everything I learned by fucking losing money over and over again. So yeah, that's the only real advice I could give. Oh yeah, I've blown up many accounts. I can't even keep count, at least like 6. So that was my MO for years, was like put a bunch of money in an account, trade, break even, make a little money, lose a little money, trade. One bad day, wipe the whole thing out. Fuck. You know, go back to my savings account, transfer more money and do it again. Rinse and repeat. Right now, I really only trade intraday. Occasionally, I buy a call or a put that I plan to hold for a few days or for a week. But for the most part, it's day trading. I would like to, transition into swing trading. I just haven't developed that skill yet. I do think there's more money to be made over the long term as a swing trader than a day trader. What's the difference this time? I mean, it's just skill. You know what I mean? It's hard to explain. It's just I've gotten better. I've gotten better at reading the markets. I've gotten better at controlling my emotions. Um, I've gotten better at a lot of things, but in tiny, tiny little baby steps. But I still make huge mistakes. Like I don't consider myself a pro yet. I still fuck up all the time. And I still let myself, make the emotional mistakes that are so silly that I shouldn't make. So I still don't feel like I'm at like a Peter Resnicek kind of level. You know what I mean? I'm not there. I'm nowhere near there. But I will be. Mark my words, I will be. Yeah, when I buy futures, I buy them on the MES. I'm sorry, when I buy options, I buy them on the MES. Yeah, okay. I would say Peter Resnicek and Jim Dalton are the two biggest sort of mentors. You can't see I'm doing air quotes, mentors that I have in the market. So yeah, almost everything you'll hear me say comes from one of them. Brady, each letter that you see here, each TPO represents a 30-minute time period. So the A starts right at 6:30, and then it runs all the way through. The regular trading hours runs through 1:15, and then the overnight starts at 1:30. I'm on East. I'm sorry, West Coast time. Actually, I can just show you right on here. Boom, boom. There's no such thing as too personal on this channel. Yeah, so I've been trading. Let me do the math now in my head place. Yeah, I was trading sort of casually on the side for about 4 years. Mostly crypto, just messing around with futures. I would just scalp, but only in the morning. I used to have a regular like 9 to 5 job, so I would get up in the morning and scalp for like an hour and a half before I would go to work for a long time. But then right around the beginning of COVID, I lost my job, and that's when I went into full-time trading, and I sort of decided to make it a job. Um, and shortly after that, I started taking classes with Jim Dalton. So I would say I've been trading, the system that I trade now using market profile and using Jim Dalton's style of analysis for about a year. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with Bookmap. I know Futures Trader 71, who's a YouTuber that I like, uses that, but I've never used it. I'm not familiar. Correct. Yeah. The darker blue with the purplish colors, this is the regular trading hours, and then the lighter blue is the overnight market. Oh yeah. To answer your question, yes, I blew up accounts after my class with Jim Dalton. I took 3 different courses with Jim Dalton because I still didn't get it after the first one. Like, it's the things I'm telling you every day on this channel. Like, I've told everything I've learned from Jim Dalton on this channel. I probably explain it all at least once a week. What it's really about, first you have to learn the information, and then you have to like apply it. It's about the time spent staring at the market profile. The first 3 months that I traded with this, I still had no fucking clue what I was doing. Like, I was still, to me, it was still just like the Matrix. Like, I was like, I don't get this, but I had to keep working at it. You know, practice makes perfect. And I'm still practicing. Well, High's question and Double Eagles correspond with each other. No, I did not come for a job. My girlfriend got a job here. She works in retail, and I work on the internet, so that's why I came. But no, I did not leave LA as part of the like mass exodus from LA. I didn't care about any of the politics or whatever. Just came for a lady friend. And will I go back to a full-time job? Hopefully not, you know? I have big plans for this YouTube channel. I keep getting delayed, but I want to grow this into something big. Way beyond these live streams. But I'm just lazy and I've been dealing with a lot of other stuff, so it's taking longer than I planned. Yes, sir. Good observation. The POC just got pushed up a little bit as the market moved higher. Okay. Creating a weak G period high here, 1 tick from the F. Wouldn't that be nice? Too busy moving boxes in and out of storage, more like it. Yeah, Algo Lover's got it. He's right on point with the risk management. Every time I blow up an account now, like I would even say over the last year, it's because I get greedy. It's because I'm trading the MES with just real small little lot sizes, and then I have a couple good trades, and I get an ego about me, and then I decide to go in with a full ES contract, and then it goes against me, and I think, oh no, I can take it, and then it keeps going against me and keeps going against me, and then it undoes all the money I made from the last 10 trades on the MES because I've just got so much more leverage on this particular trade, which is the one that's going against me. So yeah, it's always when I break the risk management rules, quite frankly, it's when I get greedy. That's when I get fucked nowadays. Since learning from Jim Dalton, absolutely, man. It has completely changed the way I trade. 100%. I used to trade based off of technical signals, and like half the time I didn't even feel confident when I was getting into a trade. Now I trade based off of market structure, you know, what's happening in the market, and I trade with so much more confidence because you know, market structure is not that complicated. It's all balance and excess, right? We had excess in the A period, lots of single prints, so we came down and did some balancing. Then we had excess in the E period, lots of single prints, now we're balancing. It's like, it's shocking how often the market just does the same shit day in and day out, and so you can have a lot more confidence. I'm in Seattle. Seattle, Washington is where I live now. Yeah, that's tough, man. If you only have $1,000 account and you want to trade super, super small, it just, you don't have as much money to risk. So you gotta keep it tight. Tight stops. Only enter a trade you're absolutely certain of. You just don't have the capital to risk. Yeah, Fausto, value is overlapping to higher, which is, neutral to bullish. But remember, we talked about the one time framing later in the day. It doesn't matter right now, okay? Because the market is rotational. So one time framing within a rotational market doesn't really mean anything. You could get the cessation at any point, and then it just continues to rotate up higher. So it's not something I'm even paying attention to anymore. Once the D period had the sensation, I'm just not even going to think about it for the rest of the day. I'm not looking at one time framing anymore. Now I'm doing what's called monitoring for continuation higher. So I'm just seeing how high can it go. I assume at some point it's going to stop and come back down. So I'm just looking for where is that going to happen. I thought it might happen at the 20 moving average. It didn't. I thought it might happen at the POC. It didn't. So now I'm watching the repair of this D period high. I'm watching internals. if we get past the D period, I'll be watching the A period high. Does that become resistance? If not, do these become resistance? Right? Yeah, officially it became rotational in the D period, but like I said, I felt like it was rotational right from the start. That's not something, again, that's just like a feeling I had. Just looking at all the data, it just felt to me like the market wanted to rotate, but we didn't get the actual technical signal till the D period. Yeah, the liquidation break, if you recall, I mentioned it, right? In the D period, while the market was grinding around, I said, with this super tight range that we're getting here, that's like a spring being made tighter and tighter and tighter, or a rubber band being stretched out further and further. And with all the weak references we had below, I said that increases the odds that the break out of this tight range will be to the downside and will cause a liquidation. Right? So that's a perfectly natural thing for the market to do. And if you go back and watch the video, I never changed this thing at the bottom that says the market is rotational. I never changed to bearish. I never changed to trending down. I kept it at rotational because I knew that's what was happening. You and me both. Asif, man, walked away to come back to that trade. That's a nice feeling. And you got to skip the squeeze. You didn't have to feel the pain. Well played. Angelo, yeah, probably. Right. I'm not going to do anything while we're inside the value area. Right. But I do think if we get above value and then I see some resistance somewhere, that's a short for a rotation back to the POC. But I have to just wait and see what's happening when we get there. We might get there and I feel like, ooh, this brought in buyers for a continuation higher. I got to wait and see. Stan, am I getting an ego about it? Am I acting like a smarty pants now? It's all of you complimenting me. You're doing this. You're pumping up my ego. Okay, so hi. Yeah, it was my orders were all limits, and I had them placed uh, based on the weak references that we had left behind yesterday. I don't know where they are anymore because I deleted them, but we had like 3 or 4 weak references that we left behind yesterday. And so I just had my limit orders set in there. Yeah, Fausto, in terms of the monkey bars, it's not market profile. Many people have tried to figure this out. The shadow trader guys have tried to figure this out. It's not the same. It's similar. You can definitely get the value area, but you can't get all the functionality of the market profile. It's not the same tool. But as far as telling you what I've got here, these are two profiles next to each other. One's collapsed, one's expanded. Each letter represents a 30-minute time period. And over here to the left is the volume based on each individual price level, both a candlestick to represent it and the number. And then the POC is calculated by time, not price. So it is a T POC, it's not a P POC. What's the price one? Volume POC, that's what it's called, a V POC. Yes, time, not volume. Cool. Yeah, like I said, there's lots of people that use those monkey bars. If they're working for you, then you're good to go. They're just not exactly the same as the profile.
Choral performance. The nominated conductors are
7, 9. And the Grammy goes to Joanne Falletta, James K. Bass, and Adam Lubicki. I will accept this Grammy on their behalf.
for Best Chamber Music. Small
Hey, how you doing? All right, the Grammy goes to Contemporary Voices Pacific Quartet.
Wow, thank you for your loyalty and support. Thank you so much.
for Best Classical Instrumental Solo Performance.
And the Grammy goes to Richard O'Neill and David Allen Miller.
For Best Classical Solo Vocal Album.
And the Grammy goes to Sarah Braley, Dashin Burton, and Jane Blatchley.
Sorry, guys, I just realized I had my mic on. I'm watching those clips of Bill Burr at the Grammys. Oh, I love that man so much. Yeah, but to answer your question about the Thinkorswim, Stan, I actually do think it's good that he's trying to set up his own. I won't always be there. He should have his own system that he's watching. But yeah, on the days that I'm live streaming, you can always watch mine. Not for scalping, because there's going to be that like little delay, but for larger market moves. Thank you, Algo. Appreciate you hanging out today. You handed out lots of great advice. We'll see you again next time. All right, well, just as we print the H period, we get above this D period high. So now we're looking for resistance to the upside, right? Created a weak reference, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. That was just it happened. The time just happened to change right there. So we're now looking for where does the market find resistance, right? Is it the halfback from overnight? The high of the A period? I don't really think that would be resistance, but could be. And then these two weak references, right? You repair them, then get the rotation down. So that's what I'm keeping an eye on. Yeah, John, just my personal trading style. I definitely would not go long above the POC right now. The market is rotational. The POC is the fairest price to do business, so going long above it would be overpaying. In my opinion, the way I trade. It all depends on how long you trade, what your time frame is. But intraday today, I expect more rotation, so I wouldn't be going long here. Nathan, I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. Lots of opportunities on Mondays. They're crazy. Yeah, so that would be like the short. Like I said, I go short above value. So the first thing I would need to do is I'd have to get above the value area. Okay, I wouldn't even go short right here at this G period high. I wouldn't have done that. I'd wait till I'm clearly above value and I've created some excess above value. So some single prints above value within this time period, right? A couple of H's. So the first moment I could take it would be when I got two H's above this H. Okay. But I personally wouldn't do that in this moment. I would need to see some resistance. I would need to see the market trying to go higher and failing and then catch it on the way down. So like, let's say, for example, the H period comes up and it gets up to like 39, 38.50 right here. Actually, let me just get the drawing thing going. Un momento. So like, let's say this H period trades up to here, right? And it's trying to push higher and it can't, and then it starts to come back down. I would probably take my short somewhere in here, right? That's where I'd go short for the rotation down to the POC. That way, if I'm wrong, like I wouldn't go short right here, because then what if it keeps pushing higher and higher and higher? You know what I mean? So yeah, that's anywhere basically from here up to here is where I would go short, but I'd need to see the resistance happening first. Then I'd get into it. Again, you guys saw how much money I made off that first trade. I don't need to take any more trades today. So I can just sit back and wait until that perfect trade presents itself, till I have certainty, and then I get in. Great question, Fausto. I don't actually know, and I didn't even think about it. Those could be $10 higher than this contract, but it's going to drive you crazy. I don't really care. I know you're like, wait, what? It could be $10 off and you don't care? I don't care. Whatever's going to happen, I'll see it as it's happening. So if the resistance is actually at 34, oh, well, we're way above that anyway. I would see what's going on. So, but yeah, that is a good point. Those could be from the previous contract. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to points. I think when I closed it out, it was like 2,800 in profits in terms of dollars. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I was right. What matters is that I had the patience to wait for the liquidation, which I saw ahead of time, right? I said it. I said, look, this market's getting real tight. It's going to break hard one way or another. My assumption is down. So I saw the trade ahead of time. I put some skin in the game. I put the limit orders in there. I had the strength to wait when the trade went against me and be patient. And then when the trade went back to me, I waited. I monitored for continuation to the upside until I got my signal to exit, which was getting to the POC. As soon as I got there, I jumped back on. I was like, okay, taking my profits. So it doesn't really matter how much money I made or how many points or any of that. The important part is following my rules. That's the important part. Jonathan, good morning, brother. Welcome. A slow grinder of a day is accurate. The tempo is dismal. Yes, sir. Daylight savings kicked in. It was hard AF as getting out of bed this morning. In that trade, I think I had 8 contracts. But again, there is no one thing I do or don't do. It's all based on what I'm feeling in the moment. There's lots of times I only go long with one single MES contract. It just depends. I have some extra capital I could risk today. I felt very, very strongly about the liquidation, and so I got in with much bigger size than I normally would. Yeah, I don't see this as weak. This is just the market rotating, right? That's all it is. What could change my mind? Breaking the 20 moving averages. Now that we came back above them, they should become support. So if they don't, that could lead to further downside continuation. Oh, yeah, it's definitely not weak or poor. Like I said, I don't love the 89 contracts at the low, but because it was a liquidation, I mean, who cares, right? But yeah, this is a good low, a great low, tons of excess. So this gave the market what it needs to go higher. Let's see if it has enough to keep going or if it's going to run out of steam. But yeah, this is all the excess you need to the downside. Now you're getting it, Fausto. Now you're getting it, brother. Jonathan, that's funny. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know about the rest of America, but things are opening up here in Seattle, slowly but surely. The interesting question will be, when do we go back to normal? Like, even if tomorrow they said everybody go back to normal, all the restrictions are lifted, COVID's completely gone, how long until people's behaviors actually go back to normal? That will be interesting to see. But yes, the market's gone sleepy sleeps. It's gone to little Betty bye. Don't worry, once we get a little push higher, it'll bring in some excitement, bring in some volume. Most people are probably just like me. They're waiting for the market to do something first, then they'll start to take their trades. So we remain patient. Trading donkey, life back to normal in Iowa. Yeah, I think it's been a lot better in the more rural areas than in the bigger city areas. It was in this liquidation in the E period. That was the one and only trade I've taken today. Shame we can't poke it with a stick. Somebody will. Do something. Poke, 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 and then it'll go. Vixpiration, is that the VIX futures contract expiring? Yeah, I don't follow the VIX much, so I don't really understand it that much. But no, I do know during like triple witchening event days and during, well, I guess somebody said we are going to have a quadruple witchening this week. I know during those particular days, the market often does this. It gets really muted and really tight, and the tempo dies off. But I've never heard about the VIX in relation to that. Yeah, that is fair as well with the Fed. Could be anything. Market's also just right at all-time highs, right? Some people don't like to jump into trades this close to all-time highs. You know, we got all-time highs and we had to pull back, so they might be waiting until we get back above them before they enter. Could be anything. And we get it, Jonathan. We get it. Okay. Australia handled it better than America. We get it. Okay, well, we're finally getting above this weak reference that we were kind of getting stuck at before here in the G, H, and I periods. So we're getting a little bit of excess to the upside. So now we're looking for resistance for rotation back down. Okay, if we don't get it, then we know something has changed in the market. But considering the internals and the tempo and everything else, I reckon we'll find resistance here pretty soon. Nope, the short to me is still valid because of the rotation. All the markets are rotational, right? So if you're seeing this as a trend higher, you're ignoring the first part of the day. So I still think the short is the call. It's just, do we need to come up and repair these levels? Do we need to try to take out the all-time high first? But I do think we'll get a rotation back down. Yeah, Jonathan, it's not because you're an island. It's because the people of your country trust the government. That's the difference. People in America, and this is not a conversation I really want to start in the chat because it'll get crazy political, but like the bottom line is like people in America just don't trust the government anymore. It's been working in favor of the rich and the powerful and the corporations for so long that nobody knows who to trust, who to listen to. And so it's just a constant, I'm right, you're right battle, and nothing gets done. So I don't really think it has to do with the island factor. I think it just has to do with the fact that you guys trust your government. When they say wear masks, everyone just does it. Not here. Too much freedom in this country. As far as Jim Dalton's courses, I would start with the primer, which is like the $300 course. I think he's got one going on right now, or he's about to start one. That was the first one that I took. And all of his courses teach you the same thing. Okay, that's what you have to understand about Jim Dalton. Every course is the same course. It's just one's 2 weeks long, one's a month long, one's like a pre-made video course, whereas one's like a live real-time course. But what he's going to teach you is all the same things that I talk about, is, you know, one time framing and highs and lows and market structure and things like that. So it really doesn't matter which one you take. You just take one to see if you can learn in his style of teaching. So I recommend the cheap one, the $300 one. Yeah, that's probably a fair argument too. What's the total? How many citizens are in Australia in total? I'm going to Google this. $25 million? That is basically just like LA County, basically. Okay, that plays into it for sure. News blip, never too much freedom. I don't know, man. You know? too much freedom when you don't listen to professionals who are experts in their field because you just think you're smarter than them. That might be a little bit too much freedom. Yeah, now that I'm seeing the numbers, I agree. I think it's such a huge space and so few people that you're all stretched out from one another. Literally 25 million people live on top of each other in LA. I mean, not quite 25 million, but probably pretty close. Oh, well, it's only 10 million in LA County. That surprises me. I thought it was closer to like 15. But yeah, so we've got half your whole population in one city, bro. No wonder. John, thank you for the subscription on or the follow on Facebook. Much appreciated. Pavel, thank you for the follow. All right, guys. Well, is the market going to find some resistance? What's happening up here? Tempo is just completely gone to sleep. Yeah, tough market to call. Okay, this I period high is currently weak, although I do think we'll get a push above here, but it's currently weak, creating a poor high. Let's see if it can just push right through that or if that poor high becomes the resistance. All right, there's the repair of the poor high. Market finally getting some legs under it, slowly grinding higher. First resistance is the repair of these weak references from 311 here at 39.43 and 39.44. Also worth noting that resistance where we created that poor reference was the POC from 311 as well. So anywhere in this little node of volume could be a good spot for the market to pivot back down. Um, yeah, Phoenix. If you're asking about why I entered with no stops, yeah, it's not necessarily anything I'm seeing on the market profile. It's my understanding of how markets work. Right? I knew there was going to be a liquidation break. I didn't know for sure. Right? It's all a matter of probabilities. But to me, it just seemed highly, highly probable that the market was going to liquidate. Right? Just because we were balancing, it was such a tight range, it needed to break. When you get a range that's super tight, it has to break one way or another. There's only two places it can go, up or down. And we had like 5 week references below. So to me, it just seemed 2 week references above, 4 or 5 below. Probably it's going to go down. So I had conviction that that was going to happen. So I set in limit orders at those levels, but they were only like right here. They weren't all the way down. It's not like I caught the bottom. I caught it up here. But then I had the conviction to just let it go against me without any stops, because as it was happening, I knew what I was looking at. I was watching the volume. I was watching the tempo. I just knew this is a liquidation break, and I knew how liquidation breaks end by the market immediately pulling right back up. So I just waited, and I literally didn't have to wait long. I had to wait 5 minutes, and then it pulled back up, and I was good. So it's not necessarily anything I saw in the profile. It's just I used the profile to see what's happening in the market, and I just understood the market needed a liquidation. Yeah, not much more insight than that. Yeah, but the thing about it is, though, Phoenix, as frustrating as those moments are, the trick to becoming successful as a trader is, as long as you followed your rules, you shouldn't care that you lost the opportunity to make the money. Because the game is not making money, the game is following your rules. So, if your rules told you that you didn't have certainty in the trade, and when you don't have certainty, you only put a 2-point stop, then great. Let it get taken out, miss the move. It's fine. It's part of your process. That's the way you trade. You'll catch a different trade for a different reason at a different time. That's the way to think about it. As soon as you start getting negative about missing opportunities, you're going to fuck up your psychology. Excuse me. I just totally burped on the mic. My bad. You'll start missing opportunities more and more often and getting more and more frustrated. So just focus on your rules and following your rules. And if you follow your rules, feel good. If you don't, then feel bad. Don't make it about whether you make money or don't make money. I don't really know where you get that idea, Fausto, that the market's not going to find a top here and rotate back down. We're inside the overnight range. We're inside of Thursday's range. We're still rotational. I mean, think about a bell curve, right? If this is the bottom of the bell curve and this is the center of the bell curve, where does the top need to be? Somewhere up here. So it'll find its top and then it'll rotate back down. Markets do what they do. Is it tough to take a short? Question mark? Is it? We're way above value. We've got excess. We stopped a single tick short of a weak reference. Is it hard to go short? I don't know. That was a coffee burp. I haven't eaten yet. Yeah, Fausto, these are correct for this contract. You can see them here. But even if these were wrong, you could just look at this volume node here, and you could see that anywhere in this red, that's where you could find resistance, right? Breaking above this level, getting above this red, that could bring in new buyers, right? Who are targeting the all-time high. But right now we're meeting resistance right in a place where we expected to meet resistance on a rotational day. Yeah, Fausto, I'm having a hard time trying to explain this to you. It's what I'm trading is market structure. Okay, so the POC down here, it has not migrated higher. So right now, the fair price to pay for a share of the S&P 500 futures is $39.29. This is the fair price. Okay? Anybody who's going long above this price, they're overpaying. Okay? So these people, they overpaid. They got a dip, then these people overpaid. They got a dip, then they overpaid, then they overpaid. All these people are paying too much money. Now, if they keep coming, if more and more pile in, the fairest price of business will change. It'll get pulled higher. But right now, it's all the way down here, which means all these people overpaid, right? So at some point, the market finds its high. At some point, it runs out of buyers and the selling starts. Well, all these people are going to be fucked very, very quickly when the market starts to pull back, right? So they're going to close out their trades, and they'll continue to do that until it gets back to a fair price, which is where new buyers step in. So as long as the day is rotational, which it does still seem to be, we'd have to get above the overnight high to change my mind that the market is rotational today. Okay? So if we get above the overnight high, I maintain the right to change my opinion at any point. That's the point where I change my opinion, where I go, oh, fuck, okay, there's new buyers entering the market. Something has changed. But until then, we're on this slow tempo, paper thin volume. We're still inside the overnight range. All of these things are rotational. And so you've got from where we are now all the way down to the POC. But then what do you have up? Let's say you were going to go long here. What sort of upside continuation can you see? Who knows, right? We're all-time highs are at 39.49 on this contract. So that's right here, right? So you could go long and make from here to here, hoping that brings in more buyers. Or you can take a more statistically probable trade that would rotate you down to here. You gotta ignore this. People, this is what fucks the short-term traders, is they're stuck looking at price and they're saying, oh, look, the price is going straight up. It's going to go up forever. But what they don't understand is all these people on this second half, they're all overpaying for the price. Value is down here. The value of the market is down here. So, the only upside is that they got above this node of volume, so maybe we will bring in new buyers and it'll push us higher. But to me, statistically, understanding market structure, it's significantly more likely that we pull back to the POC or we stay up here long enough to pull the POC up, right? That could happen too. But I don't think so. This market will run out of buyers, and when it starts to sell, it'll sell back down to the POC. Is the short? No, not a look above and fail of the overnight. See, that's what I'm saying. If you look above the overnight, you're probably going to bring in new buyers. Okay. But I think you'll fail to get to the high of the overnight. But it's not like, I'm not saying short at this level. I'm saying short anywhere in here, right? It's not about reaching a specific level. It's about the market structure. We got above value. We got excess. So now anywhere in here is a good short to get back to here, in my humble opinion. But if I was short right now, which I'm not, but if I had a short, if I'd filled a short order like here, I would be looking at my risk reward, right? And I'd be saying, okay, how long can I hold this trade? Where am I wrong? For me, I'd have my short, a couple bucks above the all-time high. So then maybe they get up, get a few ticks and pull back down as a look above and fail, then I'm okay. But if they keep going, I'm out of the trade, So in terms of where your entry is, that's up to you. That's up to your personal risk reward profile. But I'm just talking about structurally, this looks to me like we're above the fairest price to do business. all these traders are wrong. That's what I see. And Jonathan, that's what I'm saying. I really wish people can understand when I describe my way of trading, it does not mean my way is the only way. There's fuck tons of people that only look at price action and they make a fortune. I've tried that, didn't work for me. You know, that doesn't mean it's not real, doesn't mean it's not wrong, but just my way of trading, which is the Jim Dalton way of trading, is not based on price. It's literally the opposite of that. Jim Dalton teaches, do not watch price. Price is nothing but an advertising mechanism that is designed to trick you. That's the whole point. You know, these candlesticks are supposed to get you feeling like, oh my God, I have to buy, right when you're at the worst spot to do it. That's the whole point. So, you know, I trade value, not price. Yeah, I thought I got it when I flew home for Christmas too, but I never got tested, so I don't know if I had it or not. But I got like a weird. It was like a mild flu, but it was just weird symptoms. You know, like stuff I don't normally get, like muscle aches and stuff like that. So I thought maybe I had it, but I never got tested, so who knows? So yeah, let's say I shorted it right here. Right, we got good excess. Created a poor high because we were to the tick with the overnight high. So maybe we get the push away on the poor high, right? So the first thing I would be doing, monitoring for continuation to the downside, is the single prints, right? We fill in these single prints. What happens then? Do we find support at the base of the single prints? Also, it's worth noting these two random little price levels here with only 600 and 900 contracts. Those probably need to be backfilled either way. So it's like once the market gets down to there, does it find support? If not, I would target the POC down here at 39.29. But also, when the market gets down to these levels, like when it gets down to like 39, 35-ish, it could pull the POC up to here. So we'll have to wait and see. Zuba Z, can you phrase that differently? I'm a little confused. So this is a trend break, likely to go higher than reverse. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I assume you're talking about like this trend here is starting to break, but I don't know what you mean about going higher. Um, yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, so now that the market rotated up, it's likely to rotate back down and then find support somewhere, and then yes, rotate back up again, right? So like, let's say it comes down, it finds support here at the base of the single prince. It'll kind of bounce around a little bit, and then yeah, it'll take another stab at going higher. May not happen today. We may have to wait for tomorrow, or it could happen in the M period. But yeah, that's the way rotation works. You rotate up, then you rotate down, you find support, and then you rotate back up. All right, Jonathan, enjoy your workout. Worth noting with this slow tempo and the relatively decent internals, if we fail to fill these single prints, that's very bullish for continuation to the upside. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we are going to fill them. But just in case we aren't able to fill these and we leave some of these behind, that's very, very bullish. Okay, looks like we're trying to fill those single prints. Let's see if we can find some support here at 39.39.25, which is the base, or sorry, 39.39.50, which is the base of those single prints. If not, should lead to further downside continuation. The target being the 20 moving average here, the halfback, or the POC. Although I do think once we start to get down to these levels, we'll pull the POC higher. Philip, the market internals that I look at, oh, there's the fill to the single prints. Okay, will we find support here or continue to sell off? I don't know why my order didn't fill. I had my take profit right there. Anyway, market internals. Yeah, so I've got the breadth, the advancers versus decliners, the tick for both the NYSE and the Nasdaq. That's what I look at. I just stole them from Shadow Trader from Peter Resnicek. Does Apple and Tesla matter? Hell yeah, they matter. Those are two very, very big stocks that make up a huge chunk of both the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. So those are important companies to keep track of, but I don't watch them intraday. I only look at the market that I'm trading, and I only trade the ES. So this is what I watch. But yeah, those are very important companies to keep track of. Okay, there's the break of the single print, so expect further downside continuation, targeting half back POC unless they pull the POC higher. Also could be the 20 moving average becomes support down here. Thank you for saying so, Dr. Vijay. I did, didn't I? To be honest with you, I thought it'd be much worse than this. I thought it'd be a bloodbath. I thought as soon as we started to fall, we would fall like a brick down to here. So I was only half right mentally. But market structure-wise, I was correct. Right? All these people were buying above the fairest price to do business. Eventually, they're going to have to pay for it. That's just how the market works. But truly, for what it's worth, I don't know how much of a pullback we'll get here, but this all feels very bullish to me in terms of, moving forward in the market. Just because of the tempo and stuff like that. I mean, it's so basically going back once again to talk about market structure. Excess leads to balance, right? We had these 3 days of excess and pushed us all the way up to all-time highs. So now the market needs to balance, right? But value is higher. It's overlapping to higher, right? So that's bullish. The POC, well, actually, the POC hasn't been pulled up yet, but I do think the POC is going to get pulled up a little bit later on. It just feels bullish to me. I really thought when we broke this trend higher, this little short-term trend here, I really thought we were going to sell off like a motherfucker. So it just shows me that more people are holding on to these longs. More of the people that went long here and here and here and here, they're holding on to it. They're not taking profits. And if they're this close to the all-time high and they're not taking profits, it probably because they think they're going to get to the all-time high. So yeah, not necessarily today. This might be the high for today. But I think moving forward, new all-time highs are very near. Four minutes till the M period, though. It's anybody's ball game in the M period. We all know that. I think Asif mentioned earlier, a lot of times you get the repair. Oh, what just happened? Thank you for the subscription, Vic. Yeah, you may get the M period that comes down to get us back into value, to get us back to the POC, or you might get the push higher. The tempo is really what's confusing the shit out of me today. It's just so slow. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I agree with that analysis, Fausto. The people that are buying the NQ right now, they're not suckers. They're getting a good deal because it's way, way below its all-time high. It's been so weak for so many days. And so these people they're doing good business here. And so that's what's holding up the ES, which is overpriced. So, Asif, is that your prediction for the M period? Oh, we're in the M period. Is your prediction that we get down to 33? Down here? That seems kind of random to me. I'd want it to come to half back at 30, 50. What do we think? M period. Hit me with your predictions. Predictions in the chat. Keep them coming. We're split right down the middle. Half of us thinking higher, half of us thinking lower. These are how markets are made. What do you guys think? M period. Where are we going to end up? In value or all-time highs? Yeah, Asif holds overnight though. He's not an intraday trader. So he could get into that trade and then just chill till tomorrow. Surprise, surprise, the M period acting like the rest of the day. Going nowhere, slow. You bastard, just do something. My vote, for what it's worth, is in value, somewhere around the halfback down here. All right, well, thus far, the M period has pulled back, created a good low for the M period. It's got 2 ticks excess, and now it's working its way up towards those all-time highs. You can do it! Those of you that picked finishing up here, I'm impressed. I didn't think we were going to. But this market's got more steam than I expected. $39.60. Is that like a fib or something? Why do you have such confidence in it getting to that level? Well, there you go. That is a great idea then. Volume is very low today. Dismal, in fact. But what my thought process in that is I think this is just short-term traders. I think the bigger money players are waiting to hear from the Fed or something, who knows, waiting to get above the all-time high, then they re-enter the market. One way to think about this theory, no one ever talks about it, but I've heard about it before, and I think it's worth considering. It's like, so let's say this is like a longer move, right? You're a long-term trader. Ignore what you're seeing on the screen. I'm just going to draw something separate. So it's like you get into a trade, okay, and then the market works its way higher. Boom, 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 boom. It gets to all-time highs. This is like the all-time high right here. You exit the trade right here, right? Then you let the short-term traders kind of trade to get above the all-time high, and then you re-enter right here. So you basically take the risk off the table of a failure at an all-time high. So I don't know. Boy, this drawing is just gorgeous. We could turn this into like a person right now. It's just like a guy who's like got a really beautiful face. Anyway, but yeah, that's the general idea. Sometimes the bigger players, the big players, they'll take some, when you get up into all-time high territory, they come in, take some profits, let the short-term traders bounce around these levels. And then when you get back above, find support, then they re-enter. So maybe they lose the profits from like here to here, but who cares? They've been in this trade for months and they're going to be in it for months. So taking a little risk off the table at this super risky area, it's just a good play for them. So it's something to think about. But anyway, that's what feels like today is it's just short-term traders kind of picking each other's pockets. This doesn't feel like bigger money stepping in, but they may step in above the high. Probably a very accurate self-portrait. Thank you, Stan. As always, please smash that like button if you feel like I brought you some value today. Or maybe just smash it because that's the all-time high. Do-do-do-do-do. There is a double like. Hit the subscribe and the bell. That's the double like. But you can only hit subscribe once, so if you've already hit it, thank you. You've already done your part. Shree crushing the game. Well done. No, Philip, this is a breakout. The market did the rotating it needed to do. It pushed to higher prices. It pulled back down, but it didn't pull back down that far. So they bought the dip. And now this is a whole new market, trading a whole new way. This is the breakout. Look at them go. They got to have it. They got to have it. Give it to me. I'll pay anything. No, I didn't. I went short from the J period here down to the repair of the single prints, and then I stepped aside. Now I'm going to let it do its thing, because who knows what the overnight market does with this. They could pull us back down into value, you know. So I'll wait till tomorrow morning and see where we're at. Slayed, bro. You slayed it. Well done. Jonathan's back from the gym. He's ripped and he's sweaty and he's seeing his measured move. Fausto, daytime value and overnight value impact each other? It all depends on how you look at it. I don't really look that much at overnight value, to be honest with you. I'm really watching how the overnight reacts to the regular trading hours. So like, yeah, overnight value being higher, that's a little bullish. But structurally here, this just was balance, right? So I just saw it as balance and nothing more. As far as what the overnight traders look at, I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. But yeah, for value, I mostly focus on just regular trading hours. Structure is what I'm looking at for overnight. Oh, Shree, you're trying to take that short today? In the next 2 minutes? That might not be a good trade. Unless you're going to hold it overnight. Once you get that clean breakout, it just brings in new buyers, right? People get super emotional and they just got to have it. They'll pay any price. They don't care. That's awesome, Slade. It's the first of many, right? The first of many. Enjoy your workout. And the closing bell. All right, guys. Well, what a interesting but boring as fuck day. We're in all-time high territory, so things could start to get exciting. All right. Thank you all so much for joining me. If you haven't yet, please hit that thumbs up on your way out, and I look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow morning. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.